All right. All right. We're back. I'm here. It was a longer weekend than I expected. Of course, Friday I told you I was going to miss, and then yesterday, well, at the time I told you I was going to miss Friday, I didn't realize there was no court yesterday. Yesterday, of course, being Monday, since today is Tuesday, day 15 of the Karen Reed trial. Um, Pat's Cats, good to see you. You're early. You're early. You normally you're in here an hour into the stream apologizing for being late. So good to see you. 3 cents. Tequila. Hello. Um, I believe Howdy, has made its way out of Texas, but yeah. Um, Neil Morrison, I hope Scotland is extra bonny today. Emma, good to see you. Dante, good to see you as well. So, as I give people a few minutes to get in, Luna Knights, good to see you as well. During my long weekend, I had some thoughts. And so I'm going to share my thoughts with you and ask away, Neil, and I'll do my best to answer. So the first thing is, I'm still Kova, good to see you, even if it's only for part of the stream. Um, so I'm still getting a lot of, well, not a lot, but I'm getting comments stating things as facts from the free Karen Reed Turtle Boy crowd. And it's weird to me because they keep stating about the federal grand jury, which, as I've said, to me is a gross overreach from the U.S. Attorney's Office interfering in a state case. It's just absolutely wild to me because we live in the United States. Federalism is a thing. Whether you like it or not, federalism is a thing. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is a separate sovereign. The feds don't get to determine how Massachusetts prosecutes its case. They don't get to determine how the Massachusetts State Police investigate their case. Now, as I've said, really the only thing that I can think of is if it's a civil rights violation. That's like the sovereign citizen favorite 18 USC 241 242 conspiracy against rights. That's the only thing I can think of that would make this investigation legal, appropriate. I mean, if there's some jurisdictional hook for the feds to actually try a case, they could, but once again, you look at can't remember the hillbillies' names. I'm sure Kova will remind me since she's from that general area. But the Ahmed Arbery, the black jogger who was hunted down and killed by 3 rednecks down in Georgia. They were charged with murder and convicted by the state, and then they were convicted, I believe, of deprivation of civil rights, basically murder by the feds. So both. But the federal investigation didn't supersede, it didn't override the Georgia investigation. So, and on top of that, federal grand juries are secret. That's the bedrock of a grand jury is secrecy. You know, I've mentioned before how my first summer during law school, I did an internship with the U.S. Attorney's Office, here in Salt Lake, the white collar division, and Wednesday was grand jury day. I, as an intern, wasn't allowed to go. That's like the only thing I didn't get to see because it was secret. Even interns who, you know, the attorney-client privilege extends to, we weren't allowed. And yet I have all these commenters, and especially in other places, stating as facts what happened in the grand jury, in the federal grand jury. And to me, it's, how do you know? How do you know this is a fact? If the defense leaked it, that's probably an ethics violation. If Turtle Boy is just making shit up, then these people are just rubes for believing him. It's ridiculous. And yet, you know, they come into my comments and they say, you and your chat don't know anything about this case. The feds investigated because, you know, Massachusetts law enforcement fucked it up so bad. And it's like, but that's not for the feds to decide. That's not any of the feds' business, period, ever. And it's just wild to me. And I'm going to catch up on the chat before I, once I finish my rants. So, you know, I did see you left your question, Neil, and Paul and Kevin and a few other people said hello. But even on top of that, to me, let's look at it from the perspective of these witnesses who testified at both the state and federal grand jury. Let's look at it from the perspective of, let's say, Colin Albert, because all of the Alberts that testified have done exactly what my mantra is, which is shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. And, you know, that's my Fifth Amendment mantra. So they all had counsel testifying in front of this grand jury, the federal grand jury. Now, why is that significant? Why is that significant? Well, because if they're lawyers who, if these lawyers that they retained are any good, frankly, they told their client, tell me every single detail you can remember. If you guys conspired, tell me. It's privileged. I can't tell anyone. Now, it may mean that lawyer couldn't represent them going forward. Like if they eventually ended up charged, they'd probably have to withdraw because, you know, oftentimes lawyers don't want to know everything. It limits some of their defenses. But if I'm representing someone going into a grand jury as a witness, I tell them to tell me every single detail. Because number one, that's where I decide whether or not to even let them testify in front of a grand jury. Otherwise, I say, plead the fifth, period. But also, you know, I've told this story before. But at a criminal defense firm I used to work for. Exactly, Pat's Cat's wild, isn't it? We can't lie for our clients, and we can't suborn perjury. We can't ask our clients to lie. We can't ask questions we think they will lie about. But um so at a criminal defense firm I used to work for, this was my boss's client, but you know, I was aware of it. I went out to lunch with my boss and the client, and he told us the story. He was he was charged. He had a plea deal worked out, and this is with the feds. Okay, it was a sweetheart deal, but in order to get the plea deal, because he was a minor player in this, he had to do the dreaded proffer agreement. He had to go in king for a day, um, and spill his guts to the assistant U.S. attorney. And it was a sworn statement, I think. Either way, he had to tell the truth. He had to tell them everything. He had to answer everything. But whatever he did talk about, whatever he did reveal, they couldn't use against him as long as he told the truth. And he went in and he told them the same story he told us at lunch. And he had a pile of documentation for my boss to quickly read through. And he was completely believable. He had us sold. Just goes to show he was a really good liar. But he goes in, and after a little while, the U.S. attorney basically said, all right, cut the shit. We know you're lying. And he pulls out documentation and says, this is where you lied. 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 If you don't want to spend triple the amount of time in prison, you better start telling the truth, and you better do it now. And my boss was like, can I have a moment with my client? And basically read him the riot act. And I believe he ended up actually telling the truth, and his deal was upheld, I believe. So, like I said, any lawyer that's going to let their client testify in front of a grand jury, they're going to tell them to tell the lawyer the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And to me, the fact that all of the Alberts testified in front of the grand jury with lawyers, there's no conspiracy. Otherwise, their lawyers would have told them, shut the fuck up. It's just, they absolutely would have said, shut up. So, Vince, good to see you. Now, the turtle people are still making a big deal, but a proffer agreement, But once again, a proffer doesn't require an agreement. It doesn't require a plea deal. Now, had they testified in front of the grand jury and in exchange for their testimony received a plea deal, received a reduced whatever, just sentence pending the outcome of Karen Reed's case or whatever. I don't know why the feds would do that, but we would have heard about it. We would have heard about it. They would have been questioned about it, and they haven't. And they haven't. So, once again, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, every single tidbit of information about the federal grand jury is conjecture. It's bullshit. It's fantasy. until there's actual proof. And so the other switching gears, the other thing I've been thinking about this weekend is I'm concerned. I'm concerned. So what what I'm concerned about is this whole streaming trials, the media, the this whole grand experiment that we're engaged in. I'm concerned that it's not going to last forever, and at this point, I don't know that it's going to last much longer. And it's it's the specifically the media circus surrounding this case, but it's not just this case. It's Turtle Boy's actions in the press pool line, but it's not just Turtle Boys. And I'm concerned that at some point, the Constitution demands a fair trial, both for the defendant and for the prosecution, for the victims, for the public. And the that there's also the open trial, the public, speedy and public trial. But the fair trial aspect outweighs the public trial aspect. And at some point, and I'm afraid that point is coming real soon, judges are going to say, you know what? This isn't working. It's making the job more difficult. We're having a much harder time seating juries. We're having a much harder time keeping courtroom decorum, keeping the focus in the courtroom, not trying cases in the media. And I'm afraid that judges are going to start saying, you know what? There is no right to live stream. There is no right to broadcast. There is, or if they do, limit it to a, a pool photographer, and that's it. Or even just a static feed, a static overhead feed, which is basically what Judge is doing in Idaho in the Koberger case, because the media wasn't cooperating. The Paltrow case here in in Park City, they kept zooming in on Paltrow despite the court order not to, and I wouldn't be surprised. During law school, we used a program called Exam 4. It locked out our computer. It was the only software we could use. I almost wonder if courts are going to develop a software basically like Exam 4 that, you know what, here's your live stream direct court feed, but if you're going to watch it, it locks out your device, and so you can't rebroadcast it with commentary, you can't record it, you can just watch it and then it's gone. And I don't like that idea, but I'm concerned that that's where we're going. And so I would encourage everyone, I know you guys are behaved, but I would encourage you to encourage others to behave. And so those are my thoughts. And um and Turtle Boy, exactly, Alpha, he makes shit up, but people take his word as the gospel truth, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. And extrapolating from summaries, with no evidence, absolutely no evidence, and exactly, even if they get immunity in the federal case, the, since the state, once again, is its own sovereign, they don't have to honor that federal immunity. Might be best practices to do so, because otherwise the feds won't reciprocate, but they don't have to. Um, let's see. Okay. So, Neil, why do some judges and lawyers say they fought the British for the Fifth Amendment, even though it was not introduced until 1791, but the right to not self incriminate comes from the common law in England? I don't know. Frankly, I don't know. It's I frankly, what when people say, "Oh, we fought the English for this," I think usually, except we didn't. It was primarily taxation and representation. But there certainly were things that we absolutely did break away for. There's a reason that bills of attainder are outlawed in the Constitution, and ex post facto laws and stuff, because those were things that the founding fathers were seriously concerned about, and were concerned that they were facing in their time. But in general, to me, it was, taxation. But so, quick recap before we officially get to it, now that my rants are over. So, when we left off here on Thursday, we were almost finishing up with Matt McCabe on direct. And to me, he was kind of the start of the prosecution's official case in chief. Because as I've described it, it's Shakespearean. It's the trial within a trial, play within a play. And Lolly first disproved the conspiracy, or at least that was his aim. The next thing is proving her guilt, proving Karen Reed's guilt. And I believe that primarily starts with Matt McCabe, but especially with his wife, Jen McCabe. So the big thing that stuck out to me with Matt was early, well, not super early, but it was in Friday's redirect, actually. The last question that Lolly asked of Matt McCabe on redirect was something to the effect of, what's your wife Jen like in a crisis? I can't remember what the exact question was, but it stood out to me because from the first responders in the first week, we heard about how of the three women, one was real calm, wasn't running around, wasn't screaming, and that was Jen. And Matt basically said, yeah, she's she's the calm one in a crisis. When Matt's parents and brother died, I assume individually, not all at once, but when they died, it was Jen that was able to rationally and calmly plan and take care of things while Matt was the one to fall apart. And uh, you know, that to me stuck out because that's basically what we saw, or at least what we heard described from the first responders. So thank you, Neil Morrison. I always appreciate your support. Um, and I, I don't find Matt unbelievable. He came across, pretty sincere to me. I think he palpably dislikes Yannetti, but I think he views Yannetti as part of the symptom, well, part of the cause of his harassment for the past year. So he palpably disliked him. And so I think if Yannetti asked a question in any way that wasn't clear, Matt let him know, which, Yannetti asks unclear questions and he's an aggressive douche, which, may work sometimes. It's, a lot of the free Karen Reed crowd certainly loves him. He certainly annoys the hell out of me. So it's yeah, and that's it. Alpha. We're on Act 2. Act 2, Scene 1. Well, I guess Scene 2, since Matt McCabe would be Scene 1, Jen Scene 2. But yeah, so after Matt, we had Jen McCabe's direct examination, and to me, that said a lot. That said a lot. For starters, she said, I really liked Karen. She was a kindred spirit. I don't know a lot of people my age who suffer from MS. So just having Karen to commiserate with is good. Well, not good that she has it, but a comfort. I enjoyed her company. I enjoyed commiserating with her. I liked her. And to me, that says a lot. But I also took away, well, she talked about, she received the phone call from Karen just before 5, and well, no, sorry, from the niece at about 5, who, was a little frantic. Karen's frantic, says John didn't come home, and Karen in the background screaming, Jen, 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 just over and over, and talks about they drive, well, Carrie, can't remember her last name, but Carrie, they and Jen drive back to John's house to check for sure that Karen didn't miss him somewhere, and then got into Carrie's car, drove to Fairview, and they were still moving, and Jen's like, yeah, we didn't see anything, but Karen, before we even stopped, knew exactly where John was. So that makes me think, well, maybe she had pre-existing knowledge. But it's also the conversation, well, not conversation, the screams on the way there and all through, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What, and so it did evolve, not the testimony, just her Karen's frantic screams on the way there. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? He's dead. Oh God, I know he's dead. Stuff like that. And then to firefighter Katie McLaughlin, Jen testified, it wasn't, is he dead? Or did I kill him? Could I have hit him? It was, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And she was pretty adamant that she said it 3 times like that. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So, and to me, the biggest thing that stuck out, the biggest thing, just an itty bitty detail, but to me, it might explain why they're happy at the Waterfall Bar and Grill and allegedly started fighting on the way there. So John and Karen, not knowing where 34 Fairview was, John texted Jen asking where to. But Jen was driving, so she called, and it was on Bluetooth in her car. And gave directions. 5 minutes later, John called again asking where, and she explained that it was the next street over from one of her daughter and John's niece's best friends from where she lived. And it just so happened that John, previous to dating Karen, had briefly dated this friend's mother. So I'm thinking, and this is me speculating, don't read anything more into this than me speculating, but my speculation is Karen got jealous. She knew the name. Oh, why do you know where your ex-girlfriend lives? Something like that. And it escalated into an argument. And so to me, that could explain why they go from lovey-dovey, happy couple to arguing on the drive there. I don't know that that's the case, but I think it could be. Especially Jen's testimony made it sound like as they're out looking for John, Karen was jealous. Karen was, oh, do you think she's at, ex-girlfriend's house? Do you think he walked there? Or to his other ex-girlfriend's house the other direction? Or so sounded like she was insecure about her place. She was jealous of his ex-girlfriends and knew that a couple lived right there by 34 Fairview, and it was a problem for her. So, and that could be it. I think I think Jen was trying to comfort her, thinking, well, John's probably asleep on the couch at 34. But just throwing out names of people, well, maybe he walked there after you dropped him off. I think she was trying to be comforting, but it just it also to me shows maybe Karen was a little jealous. But once again, that's me speculating. That's me speculating because as I've said over and over and over again, the only thing I'm basing my ultimate verdict on, as official as it is in court testimony, because that's what the jury has to go on. Now, the jury can make reasonable inferences about that testimony, but I don't think other than from Aaron O'Keefe's testimony, there's not really been testimony about that yet. I know there's talk about it outside of court, but I don't think there's much of that in court yet. At least not for me to make my mind up about. So yeah, let's see. Okay. So yeah, that's my as short as I can rambling update about what you may have missed if you didn't find an alternate stream to watch for Friday. I would recommend you at least watch later on Jen's direct examination because frankly it's going to be real important, I think, at the end of the day. Without commentary on 1.5 speed, you can get through it fairly quickly. I'd obviously recommend having it as background noise while you do something useful. But that's hard to say exactly, Tim. The prosecution estimated 6 weeks, the defense estimated 2 weeks. So we've been saying 8 weeks. So we're, 37.5% through. Of course, were those estimates made based on 5 8-hour days of court per week, or was that based on the actual schedule we're going? I don't know. So it's kind of hard to actually say. And it is nice, definitely, little mystery that the judge is saying, yeah, we've heard that already 100 times. Move on, because I agree. So that all being said, let's finally jump to the video. We, as always, are at 1.25 speed to make up for me not being at 1.25 speed. So let's go. Absolutely, little mystery. That we just got started. I just, you know, since it's a live stream, I need to ramble a little bit at the beginning, give my thoughts, and then quick update, road so far, I believe is what Emily Baker calls it. So we're just getting started on today. And that's a new jacket. I haven't seen that on her before. And Abby, good to see you. And nope, I didn't manage to stream Friday. I had to help my mom with stuff, so no- knowing that had to give a little more detailed road so far recap of Friday. I only watched it last night finally because I procrastinated. Technically, I could, once I found out there was no court yesterday, I actually could have just, you know, done the catch up stream last night, but a 4-day weekend also sounded kind of nice. So, all right. And apparently, I didn't zoom forward quite far enough. So we'll go. Looks like the jury's coming in right there. So we'll go there. And I'd take that corner seat too, Kevin, because as I mentioned, it looks like he gets one of that was loud all of a sudden. It looks like Daddy O'Keefe gets one of the moderately comfortable chairs, just like the lawyers, as opposed to the church pews. So I don't blame him for taking that corner. I'd want to too, because frankly, if I have my leg on, sitting on those church pews is torture. And I'm sure we are. Because you've got to get the jury in to go straight to side court.
Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, Counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jury.
And I've never personally been in court and heard the, hear ye's or the all persons with business come forward, whatever. I've heard it here and I've heard it in Judge Simpson's court in Michigan. I've never heard it in mine. It's basically if I'm at a hearing that's just for my client in state or federal court, it's always just been, calling this case, whatever. And the morning cattle call, basically, they might do it in some of those, but I've never been there right at the start because why would I be? And of the candidates, I would absolutely say vote Debbie Davis if you live in St. Joe County. So Debbie Davis is running for a county attorney in St. Joe County where Judge Middleton is. So, yeah.
I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Oops. Meant to mute that. Usually I do mute when I do open a can, I should say.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did left here on Friday.
No.
Everyone said no. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
Good to see you. I basically have been ranting for half an hour and giving an update of what we missed on Friday. So we're just at the point where they're calling the case for the day. So you're just in time if you didn't want to hear me rant.
So again, just be mindful of that.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear to be recorded during the case examination.
And in case you're wondering, I'm having squirt today instead of ginger ale.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
And this is Jackson starting the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. So,
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Ms. Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was it?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe,
No.
she's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not gonna play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left with,
and Alpha, my general assumption would be, well, he's probably drunk on someone's couch. That would be my guess. But
it was 4 of us that left total. It was myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nago, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina O'Keefe was close by, close himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina O'Keefe was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also.
oh, I forgot that as far as the recap of Friday's testimony, so Jen testified on direct. She walked out of the waterfall with Karen Reed, and their boys were straggling. And so she suggested to Karen, she said, why don't you just ride with me? And John and Matt, they can drive themselves. Basically, they can drive Karen's Lexus. If only that had happened. If only Jen had driven Karen, we might not be here today.
Heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Davis? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Davis, to 12:10 in about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Mr. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize it.
So, a word of advice to all you security consultants. Generally, if you're going to set up a security camera, don't do it behind a flag. Do it with an unobstructed view. Thanks.
Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause. Move further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can advance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
I see a hand.
Now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video.
Yeah, when let's see, I was probably 12 years old. My parents got a security system, and the sales guy said something to the effect of, yeah, even just having our sign out front reduces burglaries by 80% or whatever it was. I don't care. Of course, real safe, low crime area, like one of the best parts of Salt Lake City. So, wasn't a concern anyway. But my dad was like, well, can I just pay you $20 for the sign then and not get the system? Because, it is just the deterrence effect is better than the actual security system in many cases.
Do you know who that is?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play a little bit further forward.
And we actually discussed that right at the start of the stream on Thursday, JT Davis. I read the blog article from attorney Mahoney in Boston, and it was, you'd think reading the media coverage that it's a completely different trial than if you were actually watching it. So
Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
Do you see someone to his right?
I do. Yes.
And who's that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
but they thought she was on their side in the beginning, didn't they, Corrosive? Since she's not a huge fan of Lally. I mean, that's why they've been yelling at me is, I've said, yeah, let's go by the testimony in court. That's the only evidence that matters. But you just don't know anything about the case. And it's.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm asking you, you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right and walking.
Yes.
In that case, I'd tell him, well, then I can't answer your question. I don't have the context. I mean, if you need clarification and he won't clarify, say, I'm sorry, I don't know. Fuck you. And Judy, good to see you. I won't comment about the cat, but I may be a dog person, but I like you. So, and at least one good boy in your picture.
Okay, let's play for just a few more seconds.
And I'd be just as condescending back.
Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
So you turn around and left after, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay.
And I
So you
believe
waited
that
on
was
the front
her
for a few minutes
husband,
after you
Vince.
said or joked,
Matt.
"You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
No, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
And once again, he's still mischaracterizing her testimony. She's already corrected him. She didn't say, she said, "Come with me." I realize it's just a little different, but you're still mischaracterizing her testimony.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car,
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect. My client, to separate her from John O'Keefe.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important that-
Argumentative, asked and answered. She's already said, "No, I wasn't trying to separate them." She was trying to get out of the cold because the guys were straggling.
to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside talking.
The answer, yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me,"
When he says yes or no, and Yannetti did this a lot yesterday, I'd say, it's not a yes or no answer. Fuck you. I wouldn't actually say fuck you because, contempt of court, but I'm going to answer the question. If you want to answer the question, you get on the stand. If you ask if you ask a dumb question that I can't answer yes, no, I'm not going to answer yes, no. I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question. And
would separate her from John.
It would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time now, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Ms. Wilder. I'm asking for a yes or no question, or a yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
it's
Would it or would it not?
argumentative, asked and answered. And sustained objection, so he just asks it again. He just asks it again.
Separate John and Karen for the right over.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
On Friday, that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
Can you have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model.
There's something, Kevin, and as I was pulling up the stream, the Law and Crime chat was rather unkind. They were very unkind about her. So, yeah.
Of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
There could be a relative scale model of 3430.
yes,
Once again, they're not using the real picture for some reason.
This would be the front door, correct?
yes,
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
yes,
And then the driveway's to the right,
yes,
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 3430, correct?
yes,
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
yes,
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
yes,
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
yes.
That's,
If they're able to, Nutty, like, you know, what public information you have, but you know, you'll also, open up your Rolodex, meaning your contacts on your phone, and say, and call someone who's done a trial with them before, and hey, what are they like? And you do the same thing with judges. If you've never been in front of a judge before, whether it's for trial or just an arraignment, you ask your friends, you ask your coworkers, hey, what's this judge like? Anything I need to be on the lookout for. It's and it's demonstratives are allowed, but as you put it, makes the lawn look flat. The actual photo, there's a bump here. You might not actually be able to even see that part of the lawn from the front door. And so, but once again, it's a demonstrative. So it shouldn't be admitted as an exhibit, but in court, demonstratives are allowed.
quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway. And
Your memory is not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure?
Interesting.
Why not?
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean, between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Fuck you would be my response.
asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was? As he knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Are we putting words in your mouth?
No.
We told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a,
What does by the driveway mean? To be by the driveway, does it have to be directly in front of the driveway? Does it have to be directly adjacent? Can it be 10 feet from the driveway? What's directly, what's by the driveway?
exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what I'm,
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you. More directed to facts. Paragraph 3.
Mhm.
This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself. Did you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
I'll ask you, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, an edit in the chat would be nice, Kova. Mine would be, well, number one, in the mobile app, tagging people, because, that's difficult, having to type it all out. But number two, when you're in a chat with the slow mode on, it would be nice if it told you when you could comment again. Or if you commented too soon, it just didn't let you hit submit or let you auto repopulate what you said when you're able to, because instead it just floats off into the ether without going through, and then you have to do it again, and that's annoying.
Do this, I don't need to be rude. I'm just asking, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Proctor
I have to do it
Trooper.
this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
When did Jackson ever give a shit about the court rules? He's been bobbing and weaving through the court rules this entire trial. But Jen, you must do as I say, because that's the way the court rules say it. Now I don't have to show Lolly shit, because I court rules are optional for me. Ugh. And I have not found it, Vince, but when I'm in the chat, it's on my phone, and phones kind of suck for it.
Can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct,
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where
correct.
focus on Miss Reed's SUV.
A long time.
Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
You
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question and
Okay.
then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take,
But he's not letting her answer. He's not letting her answer. He asks the question, and then as soon as she doesn't respond the way he wants, he interrupts. This is on Jackson.
take it does. Okay, so just go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, The car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it.
Argumentative.
Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
Was she asked about
I'm
it?
not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you
Why
think,
would she mention it if she wasn't asked about it? Because once again, at this point, they're not thinking, oh, we're going to have to disprove a conspiracy 2 years down the road. So if they don't even think the Jeep is relevant at the time, number one, why would she answer it if she's not asked about it? But why would Trooper Proctor ask about it if to him it's nothing relevant?
Think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I
yes.
direct your attention once again to paragraph 3? You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach on?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying it was a Jeep with a snowplow, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep,
If I'm Lolly, as to that comment, I will. My response, once again, would be, fuck you. Or, actually, it would be, objection. Stop with the commentary. You've been called out for it multiple times already, Jackson. Stop with the commentary. I'd like to say you're better than that, but you clearly aren't.
you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Now, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now to Chris and Julie Albert?
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken
They're
to them about
friends.
these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case?
But the vicious harassment you're receiving is about this case. The vicious harassment isn't about their dog shitting on the neighbor's lawn. It's about this case. It was responsive to your question, you jackass.
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
So objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
You talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened.
When he clarifies, is that a yes or a no? I'd say, I answered your question. Move on. Once again, that's inappropriate for a witness to do, but she already answered the question. So my response to the, is that a yes or no, would be, I answered. I answered. I don't have to, I do not have to answer yes or no. You may want a yes or no. I do not have to answer in any way other than the truth. It has to be responsive to your question. It has to be the truth. It does not have to be in the form you want it.
But who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
Do you understand my question? No, you don't ask clear questions. That would be my response to that. Ask better questions.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
They've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions.
But
Okay, that's how this works.
I understand.
You asked her, have you spoken extensively? She wants to know what you consider extensively. Fuck you.
But extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version.
Okay, if I'm Jackson, I'm dropping this. I don't want to be inviting her to say vicious harassment we have received over and over and over. This isn't just Jackson being a jackass. This is bad lawyering, period. This is not helping his client. He's coming across as a jerk, but it's reinforcing that they have been harassed and harassed and harassed, viciously harassed, and yet it hasn't convinced them to change their story. This is bad lawyering, period.
Of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colvin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury.
Mhm.
questioning by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as
The great grand jury?
far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
It's good to see he actually remembered to show it to Mr. Lally this time,
May I approach you?
Yes.
presumably. There he goes.
Lines 13.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Okay.
May I, Ron?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts have a dog, had a dog. Pardon me. Correct?
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Chloe.
Before you started joining us here, I may have described him as a dishonest weasel. Although that might have been Spaghetti Yanetti. So either way, I think I've described both of them as dishonest weasels, frankly.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
So, Kova, I know a lot of people are not huge fans of MERB, but when MERB describes delete laws as dumb as dog shit, I always think that's a particularly unkind comparison on behalf of dog shit. But yeah, weasels, yeah, I actually agree.
Don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
In fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that wasn't her focus. Of course, I've talked, my brother lives next door, his corgi Menchie, I have a key to my brother's house. If there were an emergency, I could burst in anytime, day or night. Menchie would go apeshit, but that would just be barking. As soon as he knew it was me, he'd be like, why are you here and not petting me? Of course, Menchie, having anxiety himself, if he sensed, oh shit, Joe is worried about something, Menchie would start whining because, he doesn't like anxiety in his humans either. It gives him more anxiety.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We talked about this.
I don't know Kova. All I know is that Menchie is anxious. Like, he has separation anxiety. Like, literally the few times my sister-in-law goes on vacation, she's sometimes had her mother fly in from Pennsylvania to dog sit, just because that's Menchie's other favorite person. So
And I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
Let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. And where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember.
and that's it, Alpha. To me, the free Karen Reed crowd are like, oh, them not agreeing on every little insignificant detail, that just shows they're lying. Whereas, if one person says, yeah, we left the waterfall at like 12:10 and the other person, 12:05, obviously both can't be true, assuming they left at the same time. But to me, that indicates honesty because, number one, if the narrative is the same, but little details here and there are not, it tells me that they're testifying from their own impressions, which, eyewitness testimony sucks. It really does. Because human perception is flawed. Human vision is flawed. Human, interpretation of what they're seeing is flawed. But Painted Bronco, you win. If all the little details were exactly the same, that says, that they came up with the story. They got together. They said, all right, we left the waterfall at 12:15 and 17 seconds. And if they all testify, yeah, I left at 12:15 and 17 seconds. That's suspicious to me. Because the reality is, if you don't know you're going to need an alibi later on, you're not forming an alibi. So you're not going to have the full details of the night because you're not committing them to memory for an alibi. So your perception, your memory is going to be flawed. Whereas if you all get together after the fact and you say, hello, BB, good to see you. And then you say, all right, what's our story? Come up with an alibi. Everyone says the exact same thing, the exact same way, almost as if it's written down somewhere on a secret Google document. That's what's suspicious. So, and that's it. If this were a conspiracy, it's a terrible conspiracy. You'd think if a cop murdered someone or had someone murdered in his house, he wouldn't dump the body on his front lawn. That would be the stupidest thing ever. I mean, as I've said, I don't know specifically in Boston, dump him in the harbor, dump his body in a river. Do you drive out to the Berkshires? What do you do? As I've said, here in Utah, you either take him up into the Uintas and, to try and lug him a mile off the trail if you're fit enough. That's difficult. Or you go down, to Eureka, the Tintic mining district. You find an old abandoned mine and dump them in. It's been done before. They've managed to find some of those bodies. I'm convinced that's where Susan Powell is. She's never been found. Susan Powell's never been found. Based on Josh Powell's story, I'm sure she's in a mine somewhere. I'm absolutely convinced. But there's thousands of them to choose from, and but then, never overestimate the minds of drunk people. But even a drunk cop would know it's a bad idea to have a body show up on their lawn. So that's it. But in the desert, if you just dump them in the desert, there's the dry sand. They, could preserve the body. You dump them in the Uintas, if a bear doesn't eat them, well, frankly, it'd be coyotes and mountain lions and whatever, vultures. But if they're not found that first year, they might find a skull 10 years down the road. The Uintas are they're well traveled, but once you get off the trail, forget about it. And I absolutely think any other state but Utah, the Uintas would already be a national park, since it's mostly federal land and just absolutely amazing. But here in Utah, it doesn't quite cut the mustard.
Seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't.
Not necessarily, Gray Duck. It might, like desecration of a corpse, possibly, but the reality is, as long as it wasn't a murder on federal land, it's going to be prosecuted in state court, because frankly, there are ways to prosecute crimes on federal land in state court. Of course, I think I've told this story before too. when I was doing my U.S. Attorney internship, the Rainbow Family Gathering happened here in Utah. That's the traveling hippie sideshow that, they set up camp every summer somewhere. And it's happened a couple times in my lifetime in Utah. The first time was in the Uintas, but during my internship, it was not in the Uintas, but I think it was just outside, like sort of Duchesne-ish area, Strawberry maybe. But it was on federal land. And so lots of hippies smoking weed on federal land. So instead of having, Forest Service rangers ship everyone off to Salt Lake to federal court, basically they sent a magistrate judge and a public defender, federal defender, and an assistant U.S. attorney up every day. And they held court in a trailer, and it was basically catch and release. And except for the guy that stabbed someone with a screwdriver, he was arrested and taken downtown. Of course, here, we've got homeless encampments along the Jordan River, which is the river between Utah Lake and the Great Salt Lake. And so they'll take I think it's generally been I don't know if it's been a justice court judge or a district court judge, but, get in a kayak and, a public defender and a prosecutor and a social worker all get in kayaks and float the river from encampment to encampment. Hey, anyone got warrants? Want to take care of them right here, right now? So
I don't know if it was in front of the Jeep, as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it's definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So
it could have been double parked as they're picking someone up. It's a quiet street in a blizzard at midnight. Could have been double parked.
if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. Yes, Karen Reed's SUV, as we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV, to the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Daniels vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
I expect you to
Yes.
provide that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. Remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
And this would be based on, we saw her text with John, and that there was one basically saying, "You're here," like with an exclamation point and a question mark, like, "Why aren't you inside? You're here." And that was time stamped. And that first one is basically when she saw Nagel's vehicle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at lines 21 on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand jury, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
Brandon?
And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw this.
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23.
Has anyone testified that they were there 5 minutes before, that they had to have been there before? You're reaching here, Jackson. It's the testimony from Ryan Nagel and his friends was, yeah, they pulled up right before us. Just because she didn't text until 4 minutes after doesn't mean they didn't pull up at the same time. He's mischaracterizing testimony once again. And if he fails, he's clearly the dope that he's roped.
Here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12. Notice the SUV until 12:27. That means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
So, if she's not at the window waiting for them, why would she notice? This is dumb.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? And I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting. You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Wiley on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as the barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there, because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a
That blogger needs to be careful that he doesn't get another witness intimidation charge.
what you want like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like it started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
Okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. Those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car.
And that could be it. That could be it. It's You know, you can force me to be there, but if you're not going to protect me, I'm not going to cooperate. If you put my name out there, I'm not going to cooperate. And that very well could be the legacy, because basically the shit that Turtle Boy is pulling and his minions, frankly, it's a threat to the justice system. Because if you can have an unhinged clown harass and intimidate and just absolutely make life miserable for witnesses, witnesses aren't going to come forward. They're not going to cooperate. They're not going to even be interviewed by the police in the first place. Why would they? It's not worth it.
It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car,
Mhm.
those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up,
Well, wait a minute, you already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
and then it moved at one point.
Right, that's all I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago.
The squiggle tire tracks were after it moved. The squiggle was after it moved. And Turtle Boy's detailed information, as far as I'm concerned, he's making it up. I don't know that he's received it all from the defense. Anything that is true, presumably he has received from the defense, but I think Turtle Boy is a lying piece of shit. So his absolute truth assertions, I don't believe, because I think he's making stuff up in order to sow doubt, to sow discord, and that's awful.
That you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car. Right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
You see the tire tracks. You said, I saw the tire tracks, but I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time? Did
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I absolutely think, as I've said, the state has Turtle Boy's texts. They have his email. Anything he has received is not privileged, whether it's from Karen or Jackson or Yannetti or Little or whoever. And if Jackson and Yannetti have been colluding with Turtle Boy, telling him what to do, how to intimidate the witnesses, if they've been participating in it, if Karen has been participating in it, if Turtle Boy, at their behest, has been doing it. I think I need a new battery in my headphones. Luckily, I have one here. But I could very well see all of them being brought up on conspiracy charges. Conspiracy to intimidate and conspiracy to tamper. And it's not good. It's not good. The thing is, the taint team can't protect them from a crime. If they committed a crime, the taint team can turn it over. It's there. It's I absolutely expect, if it's there, for charges to come down the road. But we'll see. But let's see. I am going to change the battery because my headphones keep cutting out on me, and with noise canceling headphones, that is real disconcerting. And I've got to find where the battery compartment is because I always forget. It's on the top where it's hidden. And all right. Hopefully that's better. And we presume he's been leaked stuff. It could all be bullshit. It could be that Karen has given him bullshit and he's run with it. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But we'll see.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, he also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022. And you were asked about the location of Ms. Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
She's like, I'm not agreeing with you unless I see something, because you're a lying sack of shit. And if I agree with you without seeing it, it could trip me up.
Let me have just a moment.
Yes.
That's it. I absolutely believe they've all conspired to harass the witnesses.
May I approach, please?
Absolutely think they need to go after it because it can't happen. They can't let him get away with it, or them get away with it, because it really is a threat to the court system.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
And that's it. They absolutely, why would they release the incriminating evidence? It just doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. But the state has it and will present it in trial, which is why when the Turtle Boy morons have said I'm stupid because I don't know the facts of the case, and I point out, neither do you. You only know what Turtle Boy tells you, which he's not telling you the incriminating facts. And even the exculpatory facts I don't believe are facts if they come from Turtle Boy. And it would be dumb for her to testify. But some people know better. Some people know better than everyone else. And, you know, it could be Jackson and Yannetti think they can control enough that that cross-examination won't crucify her. I doubt it, but and that's also possible. Might go so poorly that her getting up and lying her ass off might be the only possible savior, you know. Apparently, she's reading her entire grand jury testimony.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of,
And she might, it could be arrogance. It could be, you know, she's the type of person who has to have the last word. That's possible.
34 Fairview on that night. At no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front, and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's Jeep vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what,
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here. Did you review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Wait, Ryan Nagel's Jeep? Ryan Nagel wasn't in a Jeep. Brian Higgins was. Ryan Nagel was in his friend's F-150. You're just muddying the waters now, Jackson.
Mr. McCabe,
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
And I will do the same for the security. Okay? As you review those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
You need to keep your
Okay,
voice up, please.
sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
Asked and fucking answered. You've asked her 5 times. Asked and answered. It's not the answer you wanted, but she has answered your question. Move on.
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No,
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep?
And as she's mentioned multiple times, you know, we haven't discussed the case a lot. We've discussed the constant harassment, and I think the jury can reasonably infer she's spitting mad right now because she views Jackson as one of the main aggressors in that harassment. So they haven't described the harassment in detail, But she said 3 or 4 times, we've discussed the unending harassment, and that explains her attitude perfectly to me. Plus, as you said, he came out of the box aggressive. He first question was on fire, and I wouldn't take kindly to that either.
And what he testified to.
No,
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, pull behind me to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, where are you?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay, so if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40,
Well, and that's it, Gray Duck. To be rude right off the bat with civilian witnesses is not good form. Like, if the witness comes out argumentative off the bat, then maybe you can, ramp it up a little bit. But to come out the way Jackson did, frankly, it's most cases that's not a good look. But we'll see.
12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again a second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead, out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved.
It would be a third time she's seen it, a second time she's seen it move, and you saying, Jackson, well, it would be a third time you saw it and texted, you saw it move and texted. No, her texting is not, well, the car moving isn't a condition precedent to her texting. Her texting isn't required after it moves. She saw it and texted. She saw that it had moved and texted. She saw that it moved again. You're saying she texted because she saw it move again, but that's you making shit up once again, Jackson.
Moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again, a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
One place to the flagpole to further up.
Right, so that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is
But it's
twice
not
to the door.
3 times that
Okay,
she
that's your
texted.
question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stop with the snarky comments. Maybe you did. I mean, I know the morons are, Aunt Bev is, she's favoring the defense or the prosecution. She's practically a McAlbert herself and da da da. She is giving the defense so much latitude on this. So much latitude. I would have him strung up by his toenails by now.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So,
My Oma has always said things are uncouth. I've never known what couth is. Like, only what uncouth is, not, it's weird.
when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute.
Well, maybe you should have been ready then.
I have one, Your Honor. Thank you.
You've got 2 other attorneys next to you. You've got your client next to you. Shouldn't you be ready? Shouldn't you be ready with the transcript? What are they paying little for? To sit here and not look for the transcript until after it's needed? Why not be on top of it? And that's it. They're badgering. They're badgering. At some point, it's not just asked and answered, it's badgering. And that's the problem. A judge needs to be fair. They can't, it can't be tried in the media. And that's why, like I said, this type of behavior, Turtle Boy is the poster boy for the problem, but he's not the only one. This type of behavior, if things are going to be tried in the media, the judges are going to take away the media. They might say, you know what? We will have a stationary recording and it will be released after the trial. And, that's a public trial. It'll be released unedited, but it'll come out after. So that the jurors get to decide, so that the judge gets to make their rulings in real time without, the media playing a part. Because, and the thing is, though, it's not just the defense that needs a fair trial. the state is constitutionally entitled to a fair trial as well. So it's just, we very well could see that this is the beginning of the end of live streaming trials, because it really can't be tried in the media.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784.
Okay.
Base stamps. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
And that's it. It started at the very least back with OJ and the Menendez brothers and stuff. And what's funny is I need to go back and find my basketball trading cards that I got as a kid, because there's, I think it's the Mark Jackson card that has one or both of the Menendez brothers sitting courtside at a Knicks Clippers game. And I'm pretty sure I have that card. I just have to go look, because the design of that card is the era when I collected them. But you know, Menendez and OJ, but it's continued and it's built, and you know, the ultimate iteration of it probably was the Johnny Depp trial with the crowds and the llamas or alpacas or whatever. But and yes, it was during the investigation, the Menendez brothers, because they spent their parents' money to go courtside. But this could be where it's finally affected the trial itself to such an extent. You know, Johnny Depp, it was a circus, but they did their best to shield it. And as far as I know, you know, the witnesses weren't harassed, they weren't tampered with, they weren't, you know, there weren't attempts to get them to change their story. But here, this could be the ultimate iteration of nonsense. And the thing is, I've done it myself. I've gone to court. I went to the Gwyneth Paltrow trial because that was a 25-minute drive from my house. I tried desperately to get up there to watch Gwyneth herself testify, but it was a blizzard in the canyon, and so I turned around because it was not worth it. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't interfere. Like, literally, I spoke with Dr. Hare before he testified, not realizing he was an expert witness, but it was just pleasantries. It wasn't about the case. Literally, it was about the record-breaking snow year we were having, and you know, we talked about how the snow was. I, you know, nodded thanks at Gwyneth's bodyguard because he held the door for me leaving the room, the courtroom. But that was all the interaction. Nothing inappropriate. I was just there to watch. Of course, I went just as a spectator. I didn't apply for press privileges, which if I had, I could have had my phone, you know, live tweeting or whatever. I didn't need to. But you know, when you've got DUI guy and whoever that other lady was last week sitting with the Reed family, when you've got fights in the media line, it's gone too far. It's gone way too far. YouTubers showing up should still be there to report about the story. They shouldn't be part of the story. And I want to give the DUI guy the benefit of the doubt when he did get in and say, I'm anxious to look at the jury. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that what he meant was he wanted to get a look at the jury's reactions, see how the jury, what their body language was. Because I said the exact same thing when I went to the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. I freely admit, watching at home on YouTube, I would have had a better view of the witnesses. I would have had better audio. But I went not because I cared who the jury was. I wanted to see how they were responding, how they were reacting. And, that's important information that you don't get on YouTube, and for good reason. So I want to give DUI guy the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure how much benefit of the doubt I can give him, though. But, if he was there as a jury consultant, that's a job. That's a real job, jury consultants. It's, cases can be won and lost in jury selection. So that's an entire job. But, and that's it. Professional body language interpreter. It's, to a certain extent, it's, do they have their arms folded in a closed off position? Are they listening intently? Are they, falling asleep? It's, there is information to be gleaned, but you can't make yourself part of the story. So, but let's see what nonsense Jackson can bring up now. Of course, that is what collection. And the O'Keefe family doesn't have the epic beard guy there today. But that's the problem, Vince. It's the sideshow. It doesn't just impact the jury. If the judge is second guessing her rulings on the bench, if she's second guessing how much leeway to give because she fears harassment, that's every bit as important. If the witnesses are second guessing, should I answer this question? It's going to cause me a lot of trouble to answer this question truthfully. Should I just play along with these degenerate morons? Go along to get along? It's a big problem. And that's it. It is pseudoscience, but there are a few things that, are they paying attention? Are they taking notes, and being attentive? Even the gender and racial breakdown could be relevant information. So, And yeah, my opinion of DUI guys certainly has been
Yes.
lessened by all this.
You had an opportunity, Mr. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes,
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
yes,
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
yes,
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So,
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes,
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay, just right outside the front door. Within,
Straight outside, yes. Mhm.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
The objection is as to the form of the question, the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm, if you want to pull out the times, then you can look at them.
She evenly spaced out her looks. That conspiracy.
Well, we talked about the times and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45.
Correct.
So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I was doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
Didn't hear any squealing of tires,
There
squealing
was
brakes?
music
No.
in the
Didn't hear any
house
screaming
and
and yelling?
people.
No.
Didn't hear any loud voices of foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you
No.
looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out of the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that.
When he asks, do you agree with me? Every answer, no, I don't agree with you about anything.
Is that right?
Correct.
And you can see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn. Watch.
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV.
And once again, I believe it was Corrosive said it. The reason the defense is showing the artist's depiction of the house is because it shows the lawn flat. The lawn isn't flat. There is a bump. You wouldn't necessarily see the body from the front door. And once again, you glance outside to look for an SUV, you don't see it. You don't say, maybe I should look down and scan the lawn just in case there's a body there. Her not seeing a body doesn't mean there isn't a body. It's ridiculous.
Didn't
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
you had a clear and good view of the SUV the entire time until it left? Didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes,
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's argumentative.
Yes.
I think you would.
Argumentative. Argumentative. I would respond, I would hope the alligator would eat your weaselly. Ugh. I would hope the alligator would eat you, Jackson. Would be my response if I were her right now.
See something, can you clearly see that there's nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision.
But
right?
you're asking her about it. So you ask her about what's in front of her. She can testify about it. She doesn't know she's going to have to testify 2 years down the road what's in her peripheral vision. So she's not looking for attention to it. It's ridiculous.
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Yeah. You ask me dumb questions like this, I'm going to give you dumb answers. I'm going to give you sarcastic answers. And I'm going to ask you, can that alligator eat you right now? I really hope it does. It's... Ugh. It makes no sense. That's it. He should have brought up. He should have asked if there were a 7-foot Wookiee between us right now. That would have at least been funnier than asking about the alligator. I still would have been upset, but it would have at least been funny. He asked, if there were an alligator between us right now, you'd be able to see it, right? And it's, he drives me nuts. I absolutely dislike him. You know, I take it back when I said last week or the week before, I don't like Jackson, but he's the best attorney in the room. He is not the best attorney in the room. He is quite terrible.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all.
Multiple of them have said, I wish I had seen the body. Well, at least she has, and her husband has. But Jen, I believe it was Jen said it on direct examination. And it's true. I wish I had, because I might have been able to save him. It might have saved him. But her having humanity, that sounds rehearsed. Fuck you.
It's not at all.
I'll let the answers stand.
And that was argumentative as well. It was argumentative. He really needs to stop with the argumentative and the snide comments and the nonsense. And the judge really needs to rein him in. I mean, I do not see how anyone can claim that this judge is biased in favor of the prosecution. It's you know, I haven't watched the videos, but I've seen thumbnails for videos where some moron is doing a statistical analysis of the trial and, you know, positive, you know, sustained objections for the prosecution versus the defense, and I can't recall for questions by the prosecution versus the defense, and and it's garbage in, garbage out. You can't do a statistical analysis of the rulings in a trial because that's assuming that both sides are operating in good faith. Both sides are following the rules. If more objections are being sustained for the prosecution against the defense, that's not a sign of bias. That means the defense is not following the rules. And yet, they're still getting away with way more of their crap than they're being called out for. They're absolutely getting called out. And she's absolutely not guilty. That's a foundation of the American criminal justice system. You are not guilty. You are innocent until proven guilty. At this point, she has not been proven guilty. She has absolutely not been proven guilty. And I'm not jealous of Jackson, frankly. I think he's a slimy little weasel. I think he's been very unethical in this trial. That's my opinion. Now, as I have said from the start, I am basing my ultimate verdict. I realize my verdict doesn't convict. My verdict doesn't acquit. But I am basing my decision on the evidence presented in trial. Because that's what the jury has to do. I'm not basing it on what Turtle Boy has told me in the media. Because frankly, I think Turtle Boy is a lying sack of shit. I don't believe him. Even if he has been fed things from the defense is only feeding him things that are helpful to them, for starters, but also it's going through the filter of Turtle Boy. So I don't believe a word he says. So all of you running around, she's clearly, she's factually innocent. The judge should have dismissed this long ago, and da 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 da. And that's ridiculous because you haven't seen the evidence. I haven't seen the evidence. I have seen 3 weeks worth of evidence in an 8-week trial. So, yeah, as of now, she is factually innocent. That might change in the next 5 weeks. It might not. It might not. I don't care, frankly. As I've said, I dislike Karen Reed because of her association with Turtle Boy, because I think Aiden Carney is a colossal piece of shit. So I judge people on the company they keep. Absolutely. But do you know what? Her associating with Aiden Carney does not make her guilty. It doesn't make her innocent either. The only reason Aiden Carney is relevant here is because of the harassment campaign against the witnesses. That's the only reason we've talked about him. But I'm basing this all on the testimony in court. And the fact that people say that makes me biased, that's sad, frankly. The justice system can't work if cases are tried in the media. There's a reason evidence is presented in court, not on court TV. So, but do I wish I had the hourly billing rate that Jackson has? Sure. But I'm not jealous of him. I've said from the start, what I want to see is justice. Whether justice involves Karen Reed being convicted or acquitted, I don't care. I hope the jury makes up its mind based on the evidence, not on the clown car outside. But I want justice. I don't want a foregone conclusion. I want justice. What justice looks like to you, I don't know. But so being factually innocent is generally not a thing. There's a reason you're not declared innocent. You're declared not guilty is because the prosecution hasn't proved its case. There are cases where, a conviction is overturned and the judge is like, yeah, you're factually innocent. We have evidence that someone else did it and you were in Burma at the time or whatever. But it's, presumed innocence, but, factually you haven't been convicted. So you are innocent until proven guilty is basically what I was trying to get at. So, yeah. So let's keep going.
You left the location about 1:45, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
And once again, that's the answer you want. I'm going to answer the question the way I can. Jackson keeps with the snarky remarks. The judge should have called him out on that. The judge needs to call him out on that. That's the answer you keep wanting to give, but I want a yes, no answer. The reverse is true too, Jackson. You want a yes, no answer, but I will give you the answer I can give. If you don't like it, tough.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
She was
Is that normal for you?
She
Yeah.
was making jokes about peanut butter sandwiches. This is consistent with her prior testimony.
I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you would turn around, look at her right at, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately, between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone?
And that's it. That's it. What's factually innocent? What's factually guilty? What, it's all semantics. It's you're presumed innocent unless you've been proven guilty. Unfortunately, there are false convictions. But yeah, it's and like Grey Duck, this guy isn't a sarcastic asshole. I'm a sarcastic asshole. Jackson is a slimy weasel. He's so much worse than a sarcastic asshole.
Calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs.
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? You know what I mean by that, right? FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that.
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but
So Mal, first, Lolly has his own experts, and he has, from my understanding, the person who wrote the program that the cell phone data is dependent on, but also he'll have the reports already. Experts, their reports have to be disclosed. So Lolly should have already had his experts look at the defense experts' reports and walked through them with his own experts. So, and in fact, his own experts can refer to the defense experts' exhibits preemptively to say, yeah, they're going to talk about this, and this is why they're wrong. So,
I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app? Uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No,
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No,
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but,
that's videos.
oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
in a group chat, her husband was home, the rest of the group not. That's kind of the point of a group chat.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
yes.
You also looked,
And that's actually weird to me too. So on direct, Jen testified when she at 5, 6 in the morning went to John O'Keefe's house looking for him. John is absolutely fastidious. He would have lost his shit that the garage door was open in a blizzard. Jen and Carrie both took their shoes off in the mudroom, as was common practice. Karen did not. Went upstairs and the bed was made. There are two observations out of that. One, Karen was hysterical and not haha hysterical. So her not taking off her shoes, tracking schmutz in from the mudroom and through the house, says one of two things. Either she's so hysterical she doesn't care, or she knows that John can't care. And that conflicts with the bed being made, because her her interview says she stayed at the house. So if she wakes up and she's hysterical and running around and screaming on the phone, Jen, but she took time to make the bed. She took time to make the bed. Or she didn't sleep in the bed. So if she's so hysterical that she forgets to take off her shoes, but she's not so hysterical that she can't make the bed first. But if she has the presence of mind to make the bed, she knew it didn't matter if she took off her shoes. But then, there's that possibility too, that she slept on the couch. I don't know. That's not in testimony. So it's possible. It's possible she slept on the couch. But just these are the things I was thinking as she testified about these things on direct. was something's not lining up. Something's not lining up. But it's possible she slept on the bed, so I'm just reading things into it that aren't there. But her sleeping on the couch, or allegedly sleeping on the couch, isn't in evidence, at least not now. It might come into evidence. You know, Trooper Proctor might testify that when Karen was interviewed, she testified, or she told him that she slept on the couch, and that's why the bed was made. But, you know, and that is absolutely the case, Vince, for me too.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified.
Well, there you go, Mal. You were ahead of us. Although it's not in evidence that she slept on the couch, just that there were blankets on the couch, because Jen doesn't know. So it's possible, but Jen doesn't know. It's possible that Karen has told that to someone else who can testify about it, but yeah.
On Friday, that my client said at the scene.
And that's also true, Mal. Although we might not see the O'Keefe kids testify, because as minors, they might be protected and not streamed, which I would hope is the case. So it could be very valuable for us in making up our mind. We might have somewhat incomplete information, but at the same time, I'm more for protecting minors than, you know, my own curiosity.
When you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., and she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
I may have just a moment. May I?
Yes.
This is the entirety. I'm going to hand you a document. Before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes,
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes,
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
yes,
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th.
And that could happen, Mal. And I would absolutely hope Jackson and Giannetti are not aggressive. Frankly, it might play better if they have Little handle them. I would hope Karen would instruct them not to, because, you know, if she has any feelings at all for those kids, she should say, hey, get what you need, but be kind. We'll see.
2022, is that right?
correct.
And Alpha, there is that. They didn't cross. The niece might have stuff that they need to cross her on. Like, she's an actual witness, not just, you know, background information.
you'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes,
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
yes,
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony, my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
I just asked the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to.
Fuck you once again. We don't have our resident Aussie in here today, at least not that I've seen. But there's a legal comedy from Australia that I enjoy called Rake. There was an attempt at an American version of Rake with Greg Kinnear, but it was terrible. But the Australian version was brilliant. And the character Rake, Cleaver Green, had a saying I enjoy. He'd frequently exclaim, "Fuck me sideways." And at this point, I think that's appropriate. In response to Jackson, I ask the questions here. Fuck me sideways. Come on. Come on. She's asking for clarification.
And turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document.
And that's it. That's absolutely true, Alpha. And also, let's say Karen is found not guilty. It's not like the state is going to all of a sudden say, you know what? We better charge Jen McCabe. You're right. The defense was right. No, they're going to say, well, we respect the jury and we thank them for their service. We think they got it wrong. It's a high burden and we must not have met our burden. They're not going to say, you know what? The defense was right all along. Let's prosecute everyone else for this elaborate conspiracy. No, it'll just be the end of it.
But I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of the testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you
Jury duty to 10-year-old Joe was amazing. And Tempestuous Patriot, you're right. I absolutely dislike Jackson and Yannetti and other people as well. But
do you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
Oh,
it's argumentative.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Select pages.
There's a reason she asked you when you said, I asked the questions. There's a reason she asked you for clarification. She wanted to know where in the 220 pages to look.
I'm just going to show you. May I? Yeah. May I approach?
Yes.
May These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
And on direct, she testified on the way there was a whole lot of, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Stuff like that. But in response to the firefighter, Katie McLaughlin, her response was, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So if you're going to pull the transcript of all the times she's testified to hearing, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? That was on the way there. That was at the house, like at the either outside the McCabe house or at the O'Keefe house. Maybe even outside the Albert house waiting for emergency personnel. But she testified she remembers clear as day in response to Katie McLaughlin. It was no longer the qualifiers. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It was, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, it should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number 2.
And that's consistent with her testimony. That's consistent.
On page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she hit him? Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208, that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
And then in response to the female EMT's question, that's Katie McLaughlin, the response, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury in April of 2022, what my client's statements were, either at the scene.
And she's not perjuring herself now or then. It's been consistent. That's what she testified on direct. On direct, she said, you know, all the way there. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Da 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 da. You're badgering her under penalty of perjury. This is what you said. It's also what she said on direct. She's been consistent. She's been consistent.
Or leading up to getting to the scene. correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said I,
You'll notice the first time he badgered her with this, he slapped 212 pages of transcript in front of her and wouldn't tell her where to look. Now it's an excerpt of the transcript. I bet Lolly can pull out the very next page on redirect and point to, is that where you testified? She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Because Jackson is trying to get her to agree. Well, I never testified to that. It's like, just because I testified to this doesn't mean I didn't testify to that too.
hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your
Argumentative.
That's not, my testimony is, our officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you recall the I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
Maybe the officer asking what's his name wasn't the most impactful, shocking thing of the morning. The response was. So the response is what she remembers. Which specific officer it was a response to wasn't particularly memorable.
Was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, right?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who asking her, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd, at this point, be trolling him. Do you need to take a heart pill right now, Mr. Jackson? You're sounding awfully shrill, Mr. Jackson. Do you need to take a breather, Mr. Jackson? Stop shouting at me, Mr. Jackson. Fuck you, Mr. Jackson.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
Why would she think it helps her out?
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Why would it help her out? Why does convicting Karen Reed help her out? It doesn't. It doesn't. Whether Karen Reed is convicted or not, Jen McCabe will not be. She will not be tried. She will not be charged, period. Just because you allege it, Jackson, it doesn't help her out in the slightest. It would help her out to change her story, to stop the abuse. That would help her out. Unfortunately, in this case, the truth isn't setting her free because a deranged lunatic and his minions don't care about the truth.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you give me 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appeared to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Let's go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45. Was that you?
Yes, that was.
That 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you say?
I would hope that the audio is better in the courtroom and it's just distortion from playing an audio clip being picked up by the courthouse microphones. I would absolutely hope that's easier for the jury to hear.
Just say,
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
you got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes,
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct,
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point.
Because why would she go in and talk to any of them before calling 911? If you're trying to save someone, you call 911 first. It's like, we've talked about CPR here before, and the changes in recommendations and how for most people compression only CPR is now the recommended standard because frankly, well, as we heard from testimony, they tried doing CPR and blood came out of Johnny's mouth and that's gross. So unless you have a CPR one-way valve mask, it's gross. And so do compressions. But one of the things that they absolutely teach you in first aid classes is the first step in CPR, the first step is to call 911. Or if there's 2 people on the scene, or even multiple people on the scene, you say, you call 911 as you start CPR. Because calling 911, frankly, is the most important part of the first aid. Because you might be able to prolong the time of viability, but getting the ambulance there is the most important. And that's it. Right now, we're listening to the mumbled, jumbled 911 call that Jen McCabe made. But, and that's why they say, though, if there's a crowd, when you take charge, you don't just say someone call 911, because then you get the Kitty Genovese, oh, someone else is going to do it. Although Kitty Genovese, that whole thing is nonsense because, that whole case study is flawed. But you don't want to rely on somebody to call 911. You say, you call 911 so that one person is doing it and you're not going to call flood 911, but someone is doing it. So most important part.
Other than Sherry Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my car.
Correct.
In that 911 call, you said he got out of the car.
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone interaction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are sure about that as you are.
Is voicemail from the call extraction, is voicemail an answered call? But
I said I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Here I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take a morning.
I think that's what she's trying to claim, or he's trying to claim, Kevin. I'm waiting to see if there's instructions given or argument given before the audio's cut.
May be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay. Do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay. So is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
Thank
All
you.
rise for the court, please.
So a 4-minute voicemail to John O'Keefe during, like, and you can hear the 911 call simultaneously. I don't know, but so I think there is testimony from Jen McCabe that she did try to call her sister first, but that was as they were out looking, like before they found him. You know, they called to say, hey, is he there? And didn't get a response because it was 5 a.m. But on the scene, she did testify that she called 911 first, because that's what you do. But as I said, I believe she testified that she did try to call her sister first, but not on the scene. It was either on the drive or at her house or at the O'Keefe's house, or, you know. So either way, let's zoom through this break because I've talked a lot today, and this is turning a half day into a full day very quickly. But I blame Jackson for that because he's slimy. And that could be it, Alpha. It's, I don't care, no objection. I don't think it helps or hurts. Let whatever. Of course, if it's not relevant, then yeah. But Dr. Zapp, and always blame Canada with their beady little eyes and flapping heads so full of lies. Blame Canada. They're not even a real country anyway. That's probably the only parts of that song that's YouTube friendly. I mean, so,
You are unmuted.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up or do we need we need the witness? But were there any questions first or were you just going to the video?
Questions?
Okay. All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke. And that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT. I wasn't answering questions about that, correct?
what?
You didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this.
And, I've often said, sometimes the best defense is confusion. And I think that's often the best defense in like a Ponzi scheme case or, financial fraud. If it takes a forensic accountant to understand something, just confuse the jury. Because if a confused jury can't understand something, can they have reasonable doubt? I think they have to have reasonable doubt if they're confused. But
Did you say she declared the words, I didn't? Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next to order.
Okay.
Question. May I approach?
Yes.
yeah, that would be interesting. Jackson, judging by his heel lifts, is insecure about his height. So Jen McCabe being on an elevated platform towering over him, that would be interesting.
I agree that one that will be exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And ask us a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that would have been, that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
I wondered what that rhythmic noise was. I'm like, are they at a club or something? Is it, drum and bass? It's terrible, but and who wears heel lifts in 2024? Insecure little weasels. I mean, yeah.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least a portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With your permission? Yes. It's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes,
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
And that's it. To me, it's a drumming, but it's not like a John Bonham drum set. It's a tribal drum or something. I don't know. But it absolutely is rhythmic, though. It's a metronome. It's timed. And that's all, Mal. That's all I can possibly glean from any of this. It's everything else has been completely incomprehensible. And as far as the carry, I'm not even sure that's what I heard, but it's what my brain filled in just based on the context.
Did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And I, at some point, telling her to just shut up, you're not helping,
Yes, exactly.
because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward,
Come on, you should have sent it to the CSI lab and, got it enhanced and zoomed in and all the TV bullshit.
I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, when you think of this recording. With the play, with permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Terry Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe.
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
Standing at the trunk of the car, so what was that, the rear windshield wiper then? From the outside?
And Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, have to say that did we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, right?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
You
and
were shown phone records.
if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then,
Yes,
and at that time, you were confronted 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go ahead and
one.
ask the
You're
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
my sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you answer my question. Were you shown records?
And I will give you my answer. Fuck you.
Showed the call lasted 7 seconds.
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
But the calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before.
There's a reason why CSI and Law and Order and all those are unrealistic, and it's because generally it's not good entertainment to show an actual court proceeding. Educational, there's the occasional crazy moment, but normally it's jerks badgering witnesses and lots of boring testimony. And I've described it. It's like flying on an airplane. It's a whole lot of boredom bookended by a minute of excitement. Takeoff is exciting, landing is exciting. Most of the bits in between are not exciting. Except if they are exciting, then you're in trouble.
Or you turn that phone into law enforcement. Okay.
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking any. Okay, asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. Just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up.
She's
Because
pissed.
it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten.
She's tired of Jackson's crap. She is absolutely pissed off, and I don't blame her. She's been dragged through the mud for a year for absolutely nothing. She is not having it. She is not happy. She is breathing fire. Oof.
Is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Well, I don't think anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact,
The defense seems to have forgotten that.
did not.
And once again, Jackson, shut up. Stop with the commentary. Stop with the commentary. I don't think anyone's forgotten about that. Stop with the commentary. The judge needs to stop him. The judge needs to reprimand him. She needs to stop letting him get away with nonsense. She needs to stop the badgering. I don't care that the clown car of idiots on the internet is going to call her biased. She needs to make both sides follow the rules. You can't badger witnesses.
Voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
That's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails. The calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, right?
Correct, any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. Probably time and place for it. This isn't it.
Well, then you stop editorializing, you weasel. You stop. You stop. She's answered your question 15 times. This isn't the time for badgering. Or weaseling, I guess, in this case. And once again, by the time Brian was woken up, John was off the scene. It would have been extremely inappropriate for Brian Albert to leave the house, as he testified. Jen doesn't know that's what he testified. But by the time he was awake and downstairs, the Canton police were on scene. He, as a first responder, could not have done anything to rescue John O'Keefe, who was already off the scene. The ambulance had already taken him away. The only thing Brian Albert could have done by leaving the house is contaminate the scene. He did the right thing staying inside.
To answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No,
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
no,
Thank you.
Did Jackson come out of his house?
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who
Small
he was.
town.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Blaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
She was
Correct.
You went
instructed
into that home before
to
any
go
of
in
the
the
officers
home.
went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations.
She was instructed to go in the home and wake them up. Because you know what? The officers couldn't have done that because they didn't have a warrant. They didn't have probable cause to get a warrant. Without an invitation, the officers could not have gone in the home. If the homeowners were not answering their phones, the only way to get them up was by Jen going in as a presumably invited guest.
with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police? When
She
you were
didn't say she had private conversations. She just agreed with you she could have had private conversations. She didn't say she had private conversations. You're mischaracterizing her testimony again.
asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did you did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No,
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
no,
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh,
Did you tell them which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that Officer Lenk, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct. Blank was in the house before Matt came into.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lenk, after just a few minutes, had left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And
they're not
I
witnesses
can't remember
as
if I
far as
asked this
they
question or
know.
just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
As far as they know, the only witness is Jen, because everyone else was asleep. Do you know what it's hard to do when you're asleep? Witness something. You know, unless you have an out-of-body experience while you're asleep, unless you have sort of, you know, visions in your dreams, you probably don't witness anything while you're asleep.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
And a friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family.
That's it, Mal. I don't think Jackson and Yannetti understand the concept of friendship or family or community, at least not based on what I've seen.
Of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before, going into the early morning hours, with each other, with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves, without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case?
And once again, I would tell him, I will answer your questions with my answers. My answers are not contained in yes or no. They are not constrained by how you want me to answer. You are in control of your questions. I am in control of my answers. If you don't like my answers, ask a better question. And that's true. Even as a first responder, there is zero duty to render aid. There, you know, how many times have sovereign citizens and First Amendment auditors misquoted the "you don't have a duty to protect" or whatever? And it's, you know, if you feel it could put you in danger, you can stand back, even as a first responder. As a first responder, you don't have to rush into a burning building to save someone. It might be the right thing to do to save someone, but you don't have to. If you think your presence will contaminate the scene, you do not have to go out. Especially if there are first responders already on the scene.
Without police presence.
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions. You don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? with Brian Albert there within earshot, and you discussed your version of what had happened.
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear,
Yes,
and Nicole could hear,
yes.
and Chris Albert could hear,
Chris came much later.
and your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes,
Okay, and then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear, and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
I'm guessing.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're just
I'm guessing this is what happened. You're not a witness, Jackson. Your guessing is irrelevant. Ugh. Ugh. And that's the thing is, your wife as a physician, she's held to a higher standard, rendering first aid at the accident scene. So for her, you know, good Samaritan laws might not protect her if she messes up. Whereas if I do, I might be protected. So that's smart on the part of your wife.
discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Him.
Kevin Albert,
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
That's when you remember.
I don't remember it. No,
He could have been.
he could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes,
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
yes,
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
correct,
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a legal conclusion. It doesn't matter to
Speaking of
her.
Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him. Is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked in the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, but
And she did discuss the taillight was broken. It had accumulated snow. And to me, is that because it had been broken for a long time by the time she saw it? Or was the wind just blowing, so it was depositing snow in the crevices? Just the car had been driven? Because Jen drove the Lexus from the McCabe house to the O'Keefe house because she didn't think Karen was in a condition to be driving. And Carrie Roberts followed, and then they all piled into Carrie's car a few minutes later. But to me, if the broken lens was collecting snow, tells me it's probably been broken for a while, but I don't know.
close up
Mhm.
basically of the SUV Sally Port.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
yes,
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
correct,
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
correct,
Just a few hours later, is that right?
correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words. correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack.
I think most judges would have already skinned Jackson alive. So, yeah.
Crack in it. Right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You're showing this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So
It's cracked and missing pieces, except for this piece and a little squiggle of red down here. And, you know, there's an entire piece embedded in here towards the housing. So, yeah, it's cracked and missing pieces. It's mostly missing pieces, but
so it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
no,
After,
I said it was cracked. I never said
cracked and missing pieces. Oh, so in shock, you said it was cracked. Fuck you. He's pissing me off is what he's doing.
there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
That's been answered. Let's move on.
That's right for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor.
But according to the Free Karen Reed crowd, it's evidence of her corruption in favor of the state, even though it's the defense she's giving extra latitude towards. And, you know, the conspiracy theory, oh, she coughs every time she wants the prosecution to object. Which, once again, just infantilizes the prosecution, and, you know, he can object himself. It's ridiculous.
After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
You went with your husband, Matt,
yes,
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone he wanted to speak with me.
Is that yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on.
It's Schrodinger's policeman, Alpha. They're 100% infallible and corrupt. And, you know, it's just like all the witnesses. They are so drunk that they don't remember killing Johnny, and, you know, sloppy drunk, drunken rage, blah, blah, blah. But they're sober enough to concoct an elaborate conspiracy theory and blah, blah, you know, it's ridiculous.
Interviewing you as well.
Correct.
And that.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Distinct.
How would she know what Brian was making sure to do?
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home, is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs. Yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100.
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I
He was
knew he was up in my bedroom.
upstairs.
we've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to hit it for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Want to approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's.
Her eyes are trying to burn holes through Jackson. Her eyes are furious at him.
Cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those timeframes, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
Oh, he's trying to be folksy now. Y'all had a short conversation.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one, in the Celebrate extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? On the last page?
Yeah.
Second row from the top.
12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No,
call, correct?
we didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12.
More physical confrontations. If people don't back off a bit, there's going to be more physical confrontations. Of course, Turtle Boy and Grant, it wasn't about the evidence. It was Turtle Boy being Turtle Boy.
18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And
That's some
before-
good lawyer
that's
math.
Up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I can approach briefly. May I?
Yes. Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get mixed up.
Yep. Which is Turtle Boy being Turtle Boy.
I'll take the back.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142, sorry, 0142.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go on?
Sure.
May I have that, please? And then we need to.
Oh. I have a feeling she's not going to be able to respond to this anyway, because it's a technical report. And yeah, unless she physically witnessed Karen Reed and Turtle Boy interacting, she couldn't. And I mean, if it came up organically, she could comment. It would be stricken, but she could bring it up. So. And technically, she's not supposed to ask to see it. I think she's just doing it naturally on her own. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see it. Because technically, the process is supposed to be, as we've seen, although the defense attorneys haven't been very good at it, is, do you recall blah, blah, blah? No. Is your would it refresh your memory to see it? Yes. Here you go. Look at it and then give it back. Now that your memory's refreshed, is this the case? And yes. But, so. Let's see. This is almost done.
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize.
So apparently they are able to get records from Apple about Apple IDs and stuff. So presumably they could have gotten Brian Albert's stuff, even though he upgraded his phone, even though he wasn't under orders not to upgrade his phone when he did. So, yeah.
Recognize it?
I do.
Oh,
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So they're mixed up.
maybe she's a fan of Carol Burnett and antebellum sketch shows.
Does this appear to be cell-right extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
Yes.
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Voluntarily.
You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from
Exactly.
12:14, after that, all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone,
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
but there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to, this report, time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report, there's about that many.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order, they're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29.
So why did you put them out of order? Is it because you're trying to hide the ball? You're trying to confuse her? If you put them out of order, who's to say you didn't just conveniently fail to include them? How do we know this is the complete report? I think by putting them out of order, you're trying to confuse her. You're trying to hide something. You come across as a weasel. And not in a good way.
Any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Yes. Fact of the matter is, according to those Cellbrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John.
Stop with the commentary. Especially stop with the belittling commentary. Oh, he pisses me off. Oof. It's a good thing I had a 4-day weekend.
O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on to Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at them.
I've
They
told you
were
that
out of
that
order. She
Celebrite
doesn't
report was
know.
extremely hard to read.
Right.
Mhm.
Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's
The fact
argumentative.
is that you deleted your call record before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly.
When did you get it subpoenaed? Oh, wait, you didn't? You didn't get a warrant for it? She did it voluntarily?
February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
How voluntary was
4 or
that?
5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any
Argumentative.
group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Look through those.
If I'm McCabe, I'm saying, please no, have him hand things to me with a 10-foot pole. I don't want him any closer to me than that. I don't want to catch anything.
While Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the two officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
It was text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls. Means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Asked and
Did you delete any of
answered.
your calls with
Asked
Nicole
and
Albert?
answered.
no,
Did you delete
Asked
any of your
and
calls with Brian
answered.
Albert,
no,
with Chris Albert,
no,
with Julie Albert,
no,
Colin Albert,
no,
with any of the witnesses in this case? Did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
May I please, John?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection?
Is this the same group chat we saw with Matt McCabe? Where for those of you who didn't see Friday's testimony, since I wasn't here, on Matt McCabe's cross, they were questioning him about a group chat, and the quality was so poor that he had to use a phone flashlight to read them. But, you know, being a witness, he doesn't take his phone into court. So he had to use the court clerk's phone. And then after break, they said, yeah, bring your own phone in so that you can do it. But I'm assuming these are the same texts. And the judge handed it to him, Dr. Zapp. But the red phone, as the judge was handing it to him, she said something to the effect of, you know, Mr. Clerk, was your phone available or something? Because the court reporter was trying to fumble for hers, but the clerk beat her. The second phone, the black one, might have been the judge's, but I think it was his. Either way, doesn't matter. He used a phone for the flashlight to, yeah. So.
Of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st?
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank you.
I'm going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband? This is on page 2148. That should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
The response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Look at the next page, the top, 149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
He never went in the house. Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this?
It's not. He never went in the house. Exactly. You know, you never saw me steal this cookie. What cookie?
Chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
Oh.
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in.
Almost missed you, CJ5. We were talking about missing you earlier because I brought up the TV show Rake, the brilliant Australian TV show, and how Cleaver Green would often say, fuck me sideways, and how it felt appropriate here. So good to see you finally.
And that tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story.
Ah,
It was the truth.
I didn't catch that, Alpha. That's Channel 4. Because Matt, I think it was Matt, clarified, although this might have been her on direct, it might have been Jen on direct. We were telling him to tell Channel 4, we were telling them to tell the news that was interviewing him that the guy never went in the house. So Channel 4 here, I didn't catch the CH4. Channel 4 here, tell him the guy never went in the house. Exactly. So that just goes to show, that gives context that it was Channel 4. They weren't discussing tell that slob Proctor that the guy never went in the house. No, it's tell Channel 4 the truth. Tell Channel 4 that he never went in the house. And that's it. I'm pretty sure it was Matt. So, and CJ5, I guess if you lose a war to emus, you may as well take them dancing instead, right? And it's better to dance with an emu than a cassowary. Right?
And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit her.
Correct.
Argumentative. Fuck you.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your
So why was the news interviewing Chris Albert? Maybe because he's a prominent figure and, knew the victim? But he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know. So anything he's told or anything he can say about what happened at 34 Fairview is stuff he's been told. So, and Anacito Maldonado, hello. I don't know if I've ever seen you in here before, but I've definitely seen you in other chats before. So if it is your first time here, welcome. If not, what took you so long coming back? I mean, but yeah.
husband telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house.
But that's exactly it. He had no personal knowledge, yet the media was interviewing him. He probably didn't set up the media interview. I'm assuming the media asked him. So if he's going to give the media anything, it's going to be secondhand news, which frankly I think is maybe the third best song on Fleetwood Mac's Rumors album. Because frankly I put what is it? What is it? And Lisa, good to see you as well. I should be able to remember the song since it's the one I think is the best on Rumors. The one that Lindsey Buckingham wrote as his "fuck you" to Stevie Nicks, where she got so mad at the lyric, having to sing the lyric, packing up, shacking up, you know, all you want to do. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm pretty sure "You Make Loving Fun" is on that album as well. I put those as the two best, and then Secondhand News and Never Going Back Again. Love the guitar on Never Going Back Again. But let's keep going since I can't think, and I'll fill you in a minute.
The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's it. Go your own way. And does that sound like collusion? Argumentative, calls for a legal conclusion. Fuck you. That's exactly how I'd respond. I would be telling Jackson right now that he can go his own way. Which, once again, was Lindsey Buckingham saying "fuck you" to Stevie Nicks. So that is exactly what I'm telling Jackson right now.
At some point, you sought out.
But of that era, though, as you can probably tell, I like Lindsey Buckingham's songs the best. But the best song, you got it, is Rhiannon. That guitar is amazing on that. Of course, I think the Peter Green era is the best Fleetwood Mac because, you know, it's the white boy blues. It's like Cream. Frankly, it's it's a splinter group off of John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, just like Cream was. And I've seen John Mayall twice. Saw him up in Park City at the Egyptian Theater like 2 years ago. One of his very last shows. He'd already announced he was stopping touring, just finishing off. So good. So good. So if by any chance you ever do see him, go see him, but you just can't because he's 90 years old. And that's it. Clapton, Peter Green replaced Clapton, but then Peter Green was replaced by Mick Taylor, Mick Taylor replaced Clapton, and then Peter Green replaced Mick Taylor, I think. And so it was just this whole big incestuous British blues extravaganza coming out of the Blues Breakers, and John McVie and Mick Fleetwood were the rhythm section. The reason Peter Green named the band Fleetwood Mac was in order to try. He named it Fleetwood Mac before he convinced them to join him, but he named it Fleetwood Mac to try and pry them away from the Blues Breakers, which worked. And frankly, that's why, regardless of who their lead singer was or their guitarists, there's a Mick Fleetwood and John McVie are the reason, no matter the lineup, they've always been a phenomenal band. Because my theory of rock music, I'll finish this and then tangent over. My theory of rock music is great bands have great rhythm sections. So if you have a great drummer and bass guitarist, chances are you are a great band, no matter how good your guitarist is. So Zeppelin, great. Cream, great. Fleetwood Mac, great. The Beatles. Now, I know Ringo gets a lot of shit. He is a great drummer. He's not a fancy drummer, but he is a great drummer. And Paul McCartney is innovative beyond belief on bass. Great. Motown, and I lump it all as Motown, great. James Jamerson is top 5 greatest bass guitarists ever, period. And great drummers as well. The Who. Here's where it gets interesting, because The Who, Pete Townsend is a good guitarist. Not great. He's a good guitarist. Although, frankly, he's a great rhythm guitarist and a good lead guitarist, I should say. But Keith Moon and John Entwistle, great. So The Who were great. But then you have bands like Van Halen. You know, that they were very good, but you know, it was Eddie was the virtuoso. Michael Anthony and Alex Van Halen were good, but you know, they could have been better. That's it. Chad Smith, great. Nirvana, Kurt Cobain was the weak link. Great rhythm section. You all know my favorite band of the last 40 years, Sublime. Great rhythm section. Primus. And the thing is, Chili Peppers, Primus, and even Rush are oddities because, you know, with guitar, they break it into lead guitar and rhythm guitar. Bass, they don't. But I think they need to, because Les Claypool and Flea, and to a slightly lesser extent, but it's still the truth, Geddy Lee, they all play lead bass. So they're oddities, but still great. And Chad Smith is Will Ferrell, and Will Ferrell is Chad Smith, and there's a bit on Jimmy Fallon about it. So yeah. But so yeah, if you have a great rhythm section, you are a great band, and great rhythm sections are hard to come by. And I'm not a fan of Phil Collins. Don't get me wrong, he's a great musician. I'm just not a fan. Just like Radiohead. I don't like Radiohead. They're fantastic musicians. What was I going to say? I can't stand the Eagles. And yet, Joe Walsh, Funk 49 with the James Gang, great. Their drummer, the Eagles drummer, I'm blanking all of a sudden, but his single stuff, great. Like the song Dirty Laundry, perfect song. Absolutely perfect. So yes, Phil Collins is Genesis. And I do know Bella Fleck. Can't say I've listened much, but Tool. I bring up ELP because I actually mentioned to my friend the other day Tool's latest album. They've gone over I think Tool's best work is Opiate and then Undertow, because those are where they got the mix of prog rock and metal, the best balance, and they've slid more and more into prog rock, and so I called them I call them ELP with an edge. But Justin Chancellor, their bass guitarist, since the Anima album, alma mater of, he went to Durham, so clearly a great guy. And Danny Carey, great rhythm section. So, and Bob Dylan, I think going electric was good for him. My favorite of his songs is Stuck Inside of Mobile with the Memphis Blues Again. I think is an amazing song. But all right, I think we've caught that squirrel though now, so let's get back to it.
Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th.
Hell yeah.
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front line.
On the 29th.
That's when he was in the hospital.
Yes. So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you do this all day long. Before the end of the day,
we can do this all day long just because the judge isn't enforcing asked and answered. She answered you. I wasn't concerned about the end of the day. I was concerned about a friend in the hospital. Carrie Roberts was the one that went to the hospital. I was concerned about getting an update from her, not about contacting her before the end of the day. Just because you don't like the answer you got doesn't mean your question wasn't answered. I absolutely hate this guy.
you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claiming that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She's picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing.
The O'Keefe family, for all she knew, wasn't at the hospital. Carrie Roberts is the one she knew went to the hospital. Why? Because the O'Keefe family wasn't on the scene. Carrie Roberts was on the scene and said, I'm going to the hospital. I am picking up. Well, did she pick up the O'Keefe parents or the Reed parents? I can't remember. Either way, it was known she was going to the hospital. She's friends with the O'Keefe family. That doesn't mean she's friends with Paul O'Keefe, Aaron O'Keefe, Papa O'Keefe, Mama O'Keefe. She doesn't know that the niece is at the hospital or not. In fact, she wasn't. So she's trying to contact the one person she absolutely knows is there.
Was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend. That was just too much.
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number. So
Calling a friend is less intrusive than calling the parent. Once again, Jackson does not understand humanity. His human suit is slipping. As I've said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. At this point, you can convince me of lizard people because Jackson and Yannetti are king and queen lizard.
I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you control her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts?
That's why I do it.
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection. That's argumentative. Calls for a legal conclusion. What is collusion? And Vince, I would joke that I do it intentionally to drive your brain crazy, but the reality is it's just the lag in pause time. It's just the lag. At some point, I need to get a better computer, and frankly, I would like to get a desktop to, up the power level. But then I'd need to get a camera and another monitor and blah, blah, blah. And yeah. But eventually, that's the plan.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
No, I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful.
Oh,
about
fuck
that, right?
you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Also differently.
Oh, you wanted to be super careful. I want to pound his face into the curb. Oh, he's aggravating.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe.
Your
She's
group.
creating this timeline with you. On February. After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an
It's
interview
gross.
with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with police. Didn't she?
Ask her. Ask her. Does Jen McCabe look like Carrie Roberts? Ask Carrie Roberts. How is she supposed to know when Carrie Roberts sat for an interview? Unless she's there, how does she know?
When?
You tell me, it's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After the timeline was created on February 1st,
Mhm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am,
Fuck you. You.
right?
Fuck you.
There
Fuck
was-
you. Fuck you.
On Tuesday.
That's argumentative. That's not even in the form of a question. That's haranguing a witness. I can shout here. Him shouting at the witness is contempt. The judge needs to sanction him. The judge needs to stop him. At the very least, she needs to reprimand him. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what the hell is the judge there for? How can anyone say the judge isn't bending over backwards for the defense? Any sane observer, anyone who is honest, will say the judge has sat on her gavel for this entire cross-examination. She has let him get away with all the nonsense.
Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
It wasn't your question,
They
it
came
was
to
your
my house
statement.
to interview me, and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak. She did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
Fuck you.
You were present for
Seriously.
that interview, weren't you?
Seriously.
I was eating dinner.
That wasn't that hard. The judge needs to stop that. And that's it. The judge has said that they've talked about it at sidebar. So we've seen her warn him a couple times, but she's done it mostly at sidebar, but still she needs to stop it. Especially the commentary like that. See, that wasn't that hard. The judge needs to stop that every single time, because every single time it's inappropriate. Every single time. I mean, if someone's waiting with a baseball bat on the court steps tonight, I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't encourage it, but I wouldn't blame them, because this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview.
But I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her?
The way you said that made it sound like a quote. Is that just you being dishonest, Jackson? Insinuating something's a quote? And then, oh no, I'm not quoting anything. Did you think I was quoting something? Is that just you being a dishonest slime bag?
Everything that you wanted her to say.
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure.
I've often thought, CJ5, that I should go just to the community college and take psychology classes just to be a better lawyer. Of course, you know, I'm not a psychopath, so I just need to learn how to be a psychopath.
Is it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie.
I agree, Painted Bronco. Jordan pushed off. Jordan pushed off. Of course, the reality is Jordan pushing off wouldn't have mattered if earlier in the game they hadn't given Ron Harper a three-pointer that was after the shot clock and called off a three-pointer from Howard Isley that was before the shot clock. So, you know, those really bad calls that were objective bad calls were much worse than the subjective bad call of whether Jordan pushed off.
Sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote, correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about two different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
Okay, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have two events confused.
either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group. Yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting
It's
that.
not eavesdropping if she's in the room. Eavesdropping would be, you know, if it were old school, picking up the other telephone and listening in. That's eavesdropping. Hearing a conversation from the person next to you is not eavesdropping. If Jackson had friends, he'd understand this. But as it is, people only talk to him if they need something from him.
Interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how
wildly-
it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship.
Blunt, unlike me, I would call Jen McCabe pretty blunt. So if Carrie Roberts is even more so, wow, I look forward to that. And by that, I mean her testimony.
And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified
I
that
said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important to you.
And once again, Jackson, stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. She's in the middle of her answer. Stop interrupting. You've chided her. You stop it.
Report that back to Brian Albert's friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything. All this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure if that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Fuck
Sustained.
Let me
you.
ask you a different question. When you were asked,
Fuck you. That's argumentative. That's not a question. It absolutely does. Has Jackson seriously never had his memory jogged by something? He really is inhuman. He really is a lizard person. I mean, unless you're brain dead, how can you not have something jog your memory? It's ridiculous. And the commentary needs to stop.
under oath
Mhm.
a year ago,
Mhm.
when it was finger fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything
Of course, he does that when I have food in my mouth. Quite obviously, that's argumentative. Argumentative. Learn the word argumentative, Jackson, and then do the opposite. Stop arguing. Your job is to ask questions.
you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167.
Vince, I had a similar thing there. You know, for 3rd through 6th grade, I didn't go to the neighborhood school. I went downtown for the smart kids school for some reason. And I'd often take the city bus home because, you know, they didn't have the school bus for us because we were spread throughout the entire school district. And there was a kid year ahead of me, waited for the bus, and I didn't like him. I thought he was a total jackass. Fast forward to high school, and, you know, friend group, there were a brother and sister, didn't go to my high school. They, one of our high school friends, she was a senior when I was a freshman, graduated. This guy's older sister was her roommate. And so we hung out for like a year. And I'd been told he went to my elementary school. And then like a year, 2 years later, it clicked. I'm like, wait, I hated you. It took me 2 years to realize that I had known him since I was 8 or 9 years old. And all of a sudden it clicked. I had completely forgotten about the tormentor of the bus stop. And then Suddenly it clicked, and I remembered. I did not. I hated you. And then we laughed and, went on. And then he died in a motorcycle crash at 21. His dad was teaching him to ride a motorcycle, and they rode up, I think, Little Cottonwood Canyon up to Snowbird, and riding down, he crashed and died, and it sucked. So
Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following the instructions, we're sitting separate.
Objection.
Sustained.
1 minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Mr. McCabe, if you don't understand the question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask the question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes.
At the same time.
And he does it
5:15.
again with my mouth full. But I finished my croissant, so that's no longer an issue. But if you don't understand my question, just ask and I'll clarify. No, you won't. Every time she's asked for clarification, you've said, I'll just ask it again. You've never clarified. You just ask again and badger until you get the response you want. You don't change anything. It's asked and answered anyway. But when she says, I don't understand the context, if she doesn't understand the context, she can't answer your question. So next question, I'd say, I don't understand the context. You didn't give me the context. Go to hell. And every time she's tried that, every time she said, I don't understand the context, this isn't the complete conversation, there's a reason the rules of evidence have the rule of completeness in them. But every time she's said, I don't have the context, I don't know, you've said, but I'm asking you about this now. That's for later. So every single time, I'd start trolling him. She shouldn't, but I would. Every single time. I don't have the context. I can't answer that. Sorry. Every single time. Because I wouldn't play his game. That's it. By we'll get to that, he means Mr. Lawley might bring this up on redirect. But I wouldn't play his game. You want to be a dickhead to me, I will be a massive dickhead back. You go low, I will dig a tunnel and bury you. In the collapsing rubble, of course. But if I tell you I don't know the context and you brush it off every single question, I'm sorry, I don't understand the context. I can't answer. Next question. And go from there. So.
You then wrote, cops here again, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was at my house, correct.
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, call us after, correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, this girl could write a book, ... nonstop, correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the
Did
police.
not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe. I love it.
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, she is telling them everything,
Yes.
end quote. Correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
And a couple of seconds later, pulled out her response.
Argumentative.
One word, what was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, you listening? You say, you listening?
Objection, Your Honor.
And Grey Duck, that's one of my neighbors is an attorney, and his advice was, don't write out your questions necessarily, because you never know where examination will take you, but have an outline and cross things off as you go, because they're going to try and throw you off your game. So have your outline so that if they throw you off, you can go right back to the outline and say, so picking up where we left off, blah, blah, blah. So
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eating. I'm saying there's a possibility. If I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there?
she's tired of his shit. She's so tired of it. She is done. She was in the middle of her answer and he starts interrupting, which once again, he can't do. He's chided her for talking over him, but he's the one that interrupts, doesn't let her finish her answer. And she's not putting up with that on this occasion. She wasn't done answering, and she let him know that. Oh,
Some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room. She's going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with the text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to
and
report?
once again, you're listening on and on and on like you do. Argumentative. Argumentative. Screw you.
Back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together. And I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had.
And Pat's Cats, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be allowed. The judge is giving him way too much latitude.
Happened because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her? Or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
for me and for her because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out.
Don't
very well.
interrupt her.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Don't interrupt her, Jackson. Let her finish her response. Let her finish her response. If you think it's non-responsive, object. Object, non-responsive. Don't interrupt her. Don't launch into your next question while she's still answering your previous question. Especially since that was responsive. You just didn't like it. You don't understand humanity, lizard.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report.
Argumentative.
Grand jury, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
I'd have to speak to a lizard psychologist. By human standards, he is a psychopath. At least colloquially. By lizard standards, I don't know.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's become a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again,
They can be Pat's cats. It depends.
you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mrs. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
Ideally, you don't get into a disastrous cross. But you certainly don't overindulge in it. You don't dig in it. You move on. You move on. Hopefully, you saved something so that you can end on a high note.
You consistently reported back to the group.
I would update them after Carrie saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. She says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that.
It's almost like it's irresponsible to be sharing it with bloggers. It's almost like it's not supposed to be tried in the media.
That might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
To the police.
We needed the police to do their job, so we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept.
Cut that out. Let her answer your question. Let her answer your question. Ugh. Let her answer your question.
Secret and private, isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Did anyone give me private information?
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers? Anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought of reporting the fact that
It's never been recorded, even though you asked about it. So how did you know about it?
one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is considered off the case, you had a meeting with, it was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No, Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
January 30th.
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mhm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
I mean, Navin, his window lickers already have, the whole Aunt Bev nonsense, but in open court, I think he might actually get contempt if he did that. Like, his law license might actually be put in jeopardy if he did that in open court. So even he, I think, is smart enough not to do that. But we'll see. Maybe he isn't.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes,
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
it was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Phelan?
No.
And it's very appropriate for a prosecutor to prep their witnesses. Telling them how to testify, no, at least not the content. How, as in demeanor, how to respond, as in no, mm-hms, answer yes, no, one at a time. That's appropriate. It's appropriate to prepare your witnesses. You don't throw them in the deep end.
dealing?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
An employee of the DA's office?
Yes,
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, what, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody
Fuck
else?
you.
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was gonna say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked
Fuck
to?
you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's getting bigger. I'd use interview, but you take issue with every word I use. Maybe that's because she doesn't agree with your characterizations. Oh, he makes me mad. And yeah, the defense can prep their witnesses too. That's true. Of course, if they tried to prep the prosecution's witnesses, that would be witness tampering. So yeah. And you'd think he's lost credibility, yet all these window lickers, on a steady diet of lead paint chips, think he's infallible, and I don't understand it. I really don't.
By the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
Good question.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them, like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
You asked her if they were taking notes, not if they had notepads. You're mischaracterizing again. And why would they be taking notes? They know how, they know how to prep a witness. I can't even speak anymore because he's got me agitated. But why would they take notes? They're not taking testimony. They're not doing interviews. They're informing her what to expect. Why do they need notes on that? That's ridiculous. And if only I were a copium peddler, I could be rich. If only.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Is that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe a half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you?
They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911,
What pictures?
just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and I'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mhm.
You said yes.
Mhm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meeting. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lowry tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's
With
not
his
how I was told.
wife.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction?
Speaking to his wife, who was a friend of Carrie Roberts. Lank was not on this case, or at least not for very long. Well, it wasn't Trooper Proctor's house. It wasn't Trooper Buchanan's house.
Had been done. Did he tell you that?
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Screw you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
Just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off the books meeting at Michael Lank's house?
It's not an off the books
Nicole Roberts
meeting.
says, we'll get
It's Lank's wife.
more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off the books meeting. It was Carrie at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Distinct.
Argumentative. Stop arguing. This isn't examination. Stop arguing. I'm so sick of this guy. If he got hit by a bus tonight, I wouldn't complain. I don't want anyone to go out and hurt him. Not in the slightest. But if a meteorite fell from the sky and drilled a hole through his skull, an act of God, if you will, I wouldn't complain.
Yeah,
Yes.
If he got called home to Lizard Planet, I wouldn't complain.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He's told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what's Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully. What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask to follow up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
Incident.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask to follow up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before.
Could be.
To wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
You absolutely are spinning. You're a damn spider.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions?
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally and Mr. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened
Well, why is that?
because I met with Brian Tully.
How would she know? How would she know? Why did the prosecutor do the things the prosecutor did? Ask him. Wait, you can't. But you also can't ask her to speculate why the prosecutor did what prosecutors do.
Charlie, and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No,
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
he was
Objection.
Sustained.
The same report that has you at Michael Lang's house
Mhm.
also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
we did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, didn't divert in, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive by 34 Fairview. For giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually
It's a small town. You drive past things going from point A to point B.
stopped at 34 Fairview, and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe briefly.
Okay.
No, I don't want you near me. I don't want to catch anything. I find you slimy. I don't want it to ooze onto the bench. Mama O'Keefe is not happy either. We're getting so close to the end of the day. I'm so glad it's not a full
Joseph, we're
day.
going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
So glad it's not a full day, because I probably would have a aneurysm or something. Oh, he's an obnoxious little twerp.
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or about, or at or about 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes,
You've seen the celebrate extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
correct,
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct,
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
correct,
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
correct,
Then there's the 12:29 and 44-second call that you indicated was not answered,
correct,
and that was a call to you, from you to him.
correct,
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was,
correct,
there was a 12:41 and 54-second call from you to him. Is that right?
correct,
There was a 12:43 and 19-second call from you to him.
correct,
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
correct,
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
correct,
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
correct,
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
in his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes,
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
yes,
In life, everybody does it, right?
yes,
What's one of the
Wait,
first
wait,
things
wait.
you do with your
Wait,
daughter?
so everybody does misplace their phone, but not everybody has their, oh, yeah, I remember that moment. So memories only degrade. You cannot, in any circumstance, remember something based on a stimulus or based on a reminder about something sparking your memory of the whole incident. That does not happen. That is not humanity, according to Jackson. But sure, everybody's misplaced their phones, right? You slimy scumbag.
Or your husband or a friend, and you're in your house and you misplace your phone. What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked.
So you were calling John's phone to find it in the basement because when your friends beat the shit out of him in the basement, the phone flung off somewhere and you knew you had to find it to put under his body out in the snow. So you called it over and over and over and over until you found it. Only problem is, even assuming they're deleted, it wasn't over and over and over and over. It was every couple minutes like, hey, where are you? Not, oh crap, we better find this phone. Because why would you wait an average of 3 minutes between calls if you're frantically trying to find the phone to cover up a crime? Because that makes sense. Dumbass.
About this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. What about the 2 words?
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket.
I woke up this morning and my phone was about 1,000,000 degrees because somehow I turned on an app that I haven't used in ages and it kept my phone on for hours. And it was, as we discussed, beds are storage when you're single. Half of beds are storage. So it was covered. It was on all night and it was hot. There's absolutely no way I turned that app on myself. No, it was a dumb game or something. I don't even know which one it was, but I do not have a Grinder on my phone. But wasn't anything I turned on. That's kind of the shitty thing about having a phone in your pocket is sometimes they have a mind of their own.
And that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake, right?
Correct.
Can be locked. It takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away. That's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Screw
Correct.
you.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial, John, you then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also
And she's drunk, and it's in her last dialed. It's the last dialed number, or at least last received call.
text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant
She's
butt
drunk.
dials and those incessant
She's
hang-ups.
been drinking. She has MS. She texts him and accidentally hits the call button. I've done that. It's right there when you have the text box open. The phone icon is right next to it, and I've accidentally hit that before and got an answer. I'm like, oh, I was texting you. Sorry. She's drunk. She has MS. She might have accidentally hit it with her MS and drunk.
At all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voices from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be the last question.
9 and 12:50, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Is that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
I've gotten grime on my phone, and as I'm trying to clean it off, my phone certainly goes crazy. I'll tell you that.
Folks, so I'm going to stay there and walk out. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see here or read anything about the case, please just do that. Now, tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, it could be really hot in here. So maybe bring us sweaters. All right, let's keep going. Thank you.
Very closing and leaving a notebook. All right.
And Dante, it is, but at the same time, we're assuming
Mr. Jackson,
that
this is your- may I approach?
we're assuming that John's results are correct and Jen's are not. Because we're assuming these calls were actually made. Because if Jen didn't delete them, maybe she didn't actually call them. Maybe there's fuckery. You know, maybe the defense has some fuckery going on. I don't know. I would hope that, Celebrite or whatever doesn't engage in fuckery. I would hope that Jackson hasn't tampered with the report, but I don't know that he hasn't. And that's true. If voicemail is full, does that change the outcome?
Thank you.
Once again, we'll see if there's any information.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay. All right. It's not likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim, I'll see you too.
Sure.
All right. So I'm horrified that we didn't get through Jen's cross because frankly, I don't want to wake up to Jackson tomorrow because he's awful. But once he's finally done, we get Carrie Roberts tomorrow. I have no clue who the Sullivans are, but that's good because, once again, I'm going off of in-court testimony, not whatever Turtle Boy has filtered out. So, yeah. And then I guess Thursday-ish, we might get to hear from Brian Higgins. Sorry, not Trooper Proctor yet, Brian Higgins. But we might actually get to hear how he parked his Jeep. Maybe about a little flirtation on the side, because, not only does Karen come across as a jealous person, but not faithful either. At least that's the rumor. So, yeah. Either way, I have no idea. No idea who the Sullivans are. I'd assume two Sullivans would mean they're friends of some sort, but I don't know. But I'm exhausted. I'm grateful it was only a half day, because that certainly felt like it was a full week of cross-examination. That was awful. I hate Jackson with a passion. I really wish Lolly would object to every objectionable thing. I realize some people don't like that, but at some point you've got to rein him in. Of course, Lolly might have thought, his badgering comes across as a bully trying to twist the testimony, and it looks better for me than it does for them. And that very well could have been what Lolly was thinking, but at some point he does need to protect his witnesses, because that's unacceptable. That level of badgering, that level of argumentative commentary. I would hope that in their early morning bench conference tomorrow, the judge reads him the riot act, because Jackson needs to stop. But with that, I'm tired. I'm done. I don't have any real words of wisdom to leave you on, because Jackson stole them all. So, like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTubey things. Bribe your friends and family to do the same. And I will hopefully see you all tomorrow for more nonsense from the jackasses. So, bye-bye.